Yo, what's up, guys? Let's keep this going. Some horse shit, I tell you. Dude, that Freya picture goes pretty hard as well.
Select your god.
Yeah, I mean, this was a warrior meta, so I think we were pretty okay with trading this. But Zeus, I guess, was also just like the most dominant mage at the time, so. I wonder which version of Zeus this was. Was this the Shield Zeus, or was this the, No, it has to be Shield Zeus. Things were a lot more like by the book back then, it felt like. Like, these were just the picks. You were just seeing the same shit every game. Yeah. I guess Poseidon wasn't very popular at this point. It's gonna be the jungle then. Okay, so Andestar also did the Hippo jungle. I mean, the funny thing with Hippo as well is he's such a big counter to Poseidon. So it doesn't surprise me that he's picked here.
Okay.
I do fear, though. Not necessarily fear, but like, I do think he's less of a counter in Smite 2. And that's just because Poseidon doesn't fully just rely on the Kraken as he did in Smite 1. Like, his 2 and now the 1 is so powerful that he can actually fight back now. Maybe I do Bifrost Shard this one. It would be nice to have an extra ward actually. I'll try this. Just so I can keep some of the bushes warded. At least a little bit. I'm assuming that I'm playing the Chalk, but it could still just be jungle, Chalk, and then Wukong. What the fuck do I actually pick here? I could go Chronos or some weird shit. Raw, okay. I mean, this definitely would be a terrible matchup these days. I do not want to go into Orion to Hebo. That sounds like a terrible fucking time. Everything Hebo does just counters Ra. You would have to fully rely on ganks and CC and then snipe him. That's it, because you can't really get close. You'll just fucking get two-shot.
Minions have spawned. Good game.
Good game. Invaded.
That's too bad.
That is tragic. Do a little bit of an invade of my own then.
Your right tower is under attack.
The way is open.
Did I just hear beats? Hello, Nectura? This is Reese down 3. Nice, man. You just took lean with it. It's a level 3 Asano.
Ultimate.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Who's this?
Clean. Nice and early kill for me.
Enemies behind us.
I actually need very little gold. I'm gonna grab this real quick.
Enemies incoming. On my way.
Save yourself. A touch of power.
Enemy has been slain.
Playing on a Wii controller. I didn't I didn't even see his. No, that's pretty funny. I hope that's actually true. Console players do exist, so doesn't matter what controller you're using.
Your right tower is under attack.
Probably not.
A new threshold.
Be right back.
Be careful.
Who's this? Who's this? Retreat.
Unfortunate.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your left tower is under attack.
What the fuck are they doing?
The way is open.
Man, I already kind of wish I had the other ward, so I could send it
Your
out.
middle tower is under attack.
I think it did something down here, yeah.
Your right tower
That makes
is under
sense.
A
attack.
new threshold. Who's this?
Defend.
The way is open.
I didn't know any of these.
Hold here, hold here.
Good. I have quite a big XP lead. Like it. Did hit one of them.
A new threshold. A new threshold. A new threshold. I do believe I have overstayed my welcome.
Praise protocol initiated.
Thanks.
Now playing Baron solo. Yeah. I mean, that's probably a good one to get some easy W's on. Baron aspect is so powerful. That shit does feel very OP. Just gotta chill until my ult and my beats are back up now. Which is pretty rough actually, because it's about the same time. I am quite vulnerable to an Ares right now.
Shall wash them away.
Also, my Thana isn't doing these back camps, so I'm just gonna fucking do them though. There's some good XP we're just leaving on the map. Not to mention a pretty valuable, like, consumable here. To spot the fuckers.
Enemy has been slain.
A new threshold. Get through this. A new threshold. Get through this. A new threshold. Get through this.
Slain an enemy. Your middle tower is under attack.
Why the boy dashing me?
You move like a jaguar.
Watch your step. A new threshold. A new threshold. Help left lane.
Rain to wash them away. Like a jaguar.
Huge.
Praise protocol initiated.
Get through this. A new threshold. The way is open. The way is open. A new threshold. Get through this. Off you go.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
It's fucking slow, bro.
Enemy has been slain.
Get through this.
Your thunderstruck. They hit like a baby. Oh, easy wrong team.
The way is open. Get through this.
It's been unfortunate. I think we overstayed just a little bit.
A new threshold. The way is open.
Like, Thana is keeping up in farm for sure. But there's so much stuff on the map always. Not that I mind though, I guess I can take some of it. Always try to leave it for the jungler, but I guess I can't be selfish here.
A new threshold. Get through this.
I did actually hit him.
Wash them away. Ally has been slain. Enemies behind us. Your left tower. Oh, my horrific.
What? How did that not hit any of them?
Enemy has been slain.
Get through this. A new threshold. The way is open.
Your left tower is under attack.
A new threshold.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Get through this. A new threshold.
Very good. Your right tower is under attack.
A new threshold. Get through this.
Be careful. Enemies behind us.
Watch your step.
Enemies incoming.
Your left tower is under attack.
A new threshold.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Get through this. A new threshold. A new threshold.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I'm a little afraid of our ADC in this one. It's kind of our only objective damage. And he ain't doing so hot so far. Just get Rod instead.
Your left tower is under attack. Until you let go of your pride, your left tower has been destroyed.
got out.
The rain shall wash them away. Double kill, sir.
Attack the cold fury.
A new threshold.
Enemies behind us.
A new threshold. A new threshold. Get through this. Watch your step.
Be careful,
A
left.
new threshold. Get through this. Watch your step.
I don't know why I did that.
A new threshold.
I had a brain fart. Okay.
A new threshold. Get through this.
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
The way is open.
Thunderstruck.
The way is open. Retreat.
Man, we just gotta do objectives, I think. Otherwise, we aren't winning this game. We'll definitely throw otherwise.
Get through this.
Nice job.
The way is open.
It's definitely also time to swap word. Gotta remember next time I'm back.
The way is open. A new threshold. A new threshold. The way is open.
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
No, dude. Oh man.
Fabuloso. Shut down, Jay. Oh, they hit like a baby.
Ah, I fucked up, man. I just used everything prematurely. Used everything to the point where I got Ares ulted. That's so bad. Got too greedy. I saw 80 dash on his whatever these cams are. Previously ward cams. Thought maybe I could go poke him a bit, then fucking Zano showed up. Ares was somehow behind me after all as well. Insane.
Your middle tower is under attack. Go down.
He's Thor, maybe he can still get out, but oops.
The way open. Get through this.
Ally has been slain.
A new threshold. The way is open. Get through this.
Defend the cold fury.
No, they moved it.
The enemy team has destroyed the Cold Fury. An enemy has been slain.
Fucking hell, bro.
Group up, everybody. Get through this. Enemy spotted.
Yeah, Ares will probably just be looking for me for the majority of this game. He is a good counter pick. Time to just get a fuck ton of wards.
Enemies at the fire giant. Defend.
A new threshold.
I don't have beats for 80.
A new threshold.
Weird lag.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your right tower is under attack. Range has washed them away.
Oh my god.
Enemy has been slain.
Man, she will only get with literally 1 HP.
A new threshold.
Thunderstruck.
Nice.
Attack the
The
fire
way
giant.
is open. Okay, attack the fire giant. Get through this. A new threshold. Enemy spotted. A new threshold. Watch your step.
I mean, that's so bad. That I don't know why Thana went on him. He should just stay on fire. If he just stays on fire, we'll be fine. The fact he comes in, we kill him then. But that sucks. It does suck that I also died to him. I don't think I should have died. I fucked up. And the fact that my 2 didn't finish him off was super tragic. It's 3k, 2k. Oh, they got it. That is so fucking tragic. I mean, definitely still defend, but that's so unfortunate. I wish we had more wards in general on fire at the time, because it would have been nice to look for like a snipe, but we just didn't have vision on their backline. Now we just need to make sure we're pushing everything up.
The pyro has arrived. The enemy team has
What?
destroyed the
That didn't even hit in time? What the fuck? Okay, that's so weird. And I missed.
Immune threshold.
ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is
Immune
under
threshold.
attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
Does some good damage, but it's cooked. Just didn't have an ADC this game, it felt like. It's a part of that, and then also just their frontline running people down.
Defeat.
Actually, I don't even know. I don't even know what happened this game. I feel like I did so much damage. What can you do? It did kind of start going downhill when I died the first time. Actually, maybe Nika wants to queue. Let me try and invite Nika. Let's see. I never queue with Nika. Maybe this could be fun. Alright. I don't know if he accepted or not. He's not a queue, actually. Guess I'll ask real fast. Okay, I think he accepted. I don't even know what just happened. Am I in queue or not? The fuck? It's so fucked. I just went into his chat as well and said, like, I accepted, or he accepted the party apparently, and I canceled my queue. You guys saw that shit. And it still popped. Why did that pop? I wasn't in queue. Did I press it without realizing it? Am I stupid? Maybe I did press it again. Fuck, dude. Oh my god. Absolutely not. Oh well, it is what it is. Oh man, I was gonna wait either for adapting if Nika didn't wanna queue, so at least I have like a queue partner, and now I'm just in here. Somewhere.
Thanatos.
I'll grab Thana myself. Actually, if Wukong, no, Wukong's banned, fuck. I'll do Thana then. We'll do Merc instead. Have not done Merc solo much in recent times, but I kind of want to try it again. It's not going to be very fun into a fucking Osiris, though. That's pretty boring. But what can you do? In general, actually, this is not really a great Merc game, I think. Maybe I just go tank Merc. I was gonna just go full damage, but into their team comp, I think that's just not gonna work. But a full damage Merc with like contagion and stuff might do okay. Might be alright.
Mercury!
I'm pretty much against the same team. Though, well, I guess it's only two of them, but... I don't actually know. What should I build here? Probably have to go beats because of Thor, otherwise I might just get CC'd to death at a bad time.
And one of these, and one of those.
I'll have to somehow make Merc solo work, just so I can pick it myself and not ever deal with it.
minions have spawned.
Yes. Okay.
So it's just gonna be a press 1 the entire game for me because of Osiris. I'll be okay until he's level 3 probably. Oh shit.
Okay.
Fucking cringe level 2 gank, what the fuck?
Enemy spotted.
Dude, so they just have wards here. That's really strange as well. I'll take first blood though.
The rain shall wash them away. Power away.
Fuck, if I had my dash up there actually, I could throw him to tower. That would have been kind of clean. He's 1 HP. I don't believe that. That's crazy.
Your left tower is under attack.
That is so unfortunate. Actually fucked up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, careful, right. Enemy spotted.
Power away. Be careful. Retreat.
Kinda sucks now. I don't think I can fight him until I at least finish my item.
Hey, over there.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, it's aspect. I think I just realized. Yeah, it's aspect. Okay. Well, that will make it much easier to deal with later, but right now I think it's pretty OP early on, because you just have so many abilities to throw out.
Your left tower is under attack.
Does he have... He does have beats.
Enemy has been slain.
Missed all, but that's okay. Question is what I build in terms of items. I could just start with Anemian. It's probably the safest option too, and it gives me some nice regen. Oh, it's the same ADC from last game, bro. Fuck. That makes me worried, because he was playing Hu Yi last one, and he wasn't doing anything on that pick, and now he's playing Cern, so...
Tower is under attack.
That worries me.
Enemy missing.
Ah, the ult. It's so huge now. I thought I could maybe juke it, but it's a lot bigger than non-aspect.
Your left tower is under attack.
Gotta just stay back and poke him more. I need to stop walking up.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful.
Hello, Righteous. Experiencing unusual viewership. What do you mean unusual? Is 22 that like outside of the norm? I don't know, I don't really look at my viewers all that much. I just look at the chat. You know? Someone says something in chat, I'll look over, but otherwise it's generally just... I'm content. Fuck. I think I'll get him eventually, but... That is a little bit longer of a chase than I want it to be.
Enemy has been slain.
Tried to immune his stun as well with the ult, but didn't really work out that well. That was epic, guys. If you count the view list, they aren't all there. I got 25 and not one list, not one in it in the list. So I'm confused. There's a problem going on. There might be, because at least I was wondering yesterday. The only time I did actually look at my viewers was yesterday when I was just watching some old tournaments, and the viewer numbers did keep going up, like up and down, like constantly. So I don't really know. That definitely could be an issue. It did seem strange, but some days are also just weird. So I was thinking maybe it was just like a one-time occurrence.
Your right tower is under attack.
Holy fuck, what? These fucking hurt, man. Why do they hurt so much?
Your left tower is under attack.
Fuck, I can't be missing my one, man. It's the only poke I have. It's the only damage I have, actually. It's just beats as well. I will take advantage of that. I might have to back first though.
Careful left. Enemy incoming. On my way.
Be right back.
No, it was pre-beast is done.
Enemy has been slain.
Man! Umoja and her infinite fucking abilities. Hate this shit. Alright, what do I build next? Could be tempted with a Pharaoh's Curse actually into this team. With Osiris and maybe so I can catch the Hui. And just the slow actually is nice for the Vulcan and the Umoja. Gotta try it. What do I have to lose?
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't think I need another active anyway, outside of maybe Sanguine, so that would be 3. It's been going for a few days. I think it's a weird Twitch thing. Oh.
Be careful, middle.
That is his ult.
Wash them away. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Make you look.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Got actually pretty significant XP lead on him now.
Completed.
Hey, over there.
Not too shabby. Oops. Fat finger for my fucking wrong button.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy incoming. I'll cut you down.
Oops.
Enemy has been slain.
Out of mana.
Your right tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. Don't really think that was a good dive, to be honest, but A for effort. I don't even know what to build here. Fuck it. I'm gonna wait, I guess, buying. If I don't want to buy something stupid. Guess I'll just go into Sanguine. I was expecting to buy that eventually anyway.
On my way. Realms of light. Behind us. Right there. Finally, shine.
On my way. Bit of an ambush here.
Can't fucking hit my 3 for some reason, man.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
I'll tank it up a little bit.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Be right back.
I think I might go Contagion as well. Just should be okay into Hui.
Wash them away. An enemy has been slain.
On my way.
On my way.
Hey, over there.
Cold Fury.
Surely I can solo the Osiris now.
Is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Just punch him.
Oh man, this is awesome.
Couldn't have done that unless it was an aspect Osiris. He's just the mage running around. He's just annoying as fuck with his slows.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Get him, sir. Get him. Get him.
Enemy ultimate down. The rain shall wash them away. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Now is the question, what do I buy?
Enemy spotted.
Guess I'll just still go tanky. I do want some kind of extra attack item in some way, or damage item.
Enemies incoming right.
middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Merkel is definitely what I'm still getting used to the most. I've not played a lot of Merc, and the ultimate is... It does feel different in Smite 2. But even if for Smite 1, like, I didn't really play it much.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy up and down!
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a middle
Brilliant.
enemy phoenix.
Take a look!
Wash them away.
The Gabe. Into the gamer. Fucking hell, man.
Victory.
It did end up being pretty one-sided in this one. Actually, no. Let me check. I really want to see if I can do a kill with one of them. Oh, adapting is in Q. See if I can snack him up before he gets a Q pop. Oh. There we go. I never know, because like sometimes it's like people just insta decline sometimes, you know. That's fair, but I don't like it's it's okay to decline too. I won't feel offended by that. But yeah, it's whatever. It's just strange how it will just instantly, like, because it will say they joined the party, but then it will also say that it left it. I might do Merc again. Merc is just fun to play for me right now, but he's just not really great in solo. He's just awkward to make use of. Excuse me. Continue. Haven't even started the game yet. One player bug. I think. No, we're in. I actually want Hebo in the game for Smite 2. I need that slow immune character that I can just pick and have fun with. And I forgot to ban. Smart. No, Merc banned. I also looked everywhere off stream. The VODs that I was looking for, the TSM versus Dignitas matches do not fucking exist before the finals, obviously. But so the grand finals exist, but it wasn't even the only matches missing. Apparently there were other matches that were missing. So Hyros fucked up somewhere, or Twitch maybe fucked up somewhere and just deleted the VODs or something like that. So they just don't exist, unfortunately. The only piece of thing I can find from those matches is obviously the pentakill. But I really would have liked to see those matches. That was a great set. It was close games. So I'm sad about it. Like, that was the set I wanted to watch the most. Hey, because man, good to see you, man. Another Trix Wukong game. Man, he would definitely play the Aspect Wukong with double knockup now, wouldn't he? If he was still playing. That's such a Trix character. It's either that or he's gonna slave your mojo. Could see that too. Right, so what do I pick here? All I wanted was Merc, and we've dodged. Okay, bro.
Select your god.
Okay, bro. Ah, oh, fucking hell. My bad. There we go. And also the sound. Forgot to put on the sound. Surely the people that decided to call themselves cognitive knew what they were doing. Because most people are gonna say Team Cog. That doesn't really ring, you know, it's memorable. But, you know, it's one way to put it. I actually think this lane as well in duo is just so much better. I'm actually someone who kind of think the bushes are a cool idea, but I just think there's too many of them in lanes. Why there's so many of them, and why they're so huge in duo. I think the ones in solo makes more sense because they're smaller. But they're too fucking huge. That was a weird promo. To this day, I'm sub to Smite game for that 25. Damn. Supportive. You're the reason Smite's still alive. Oh, you paid that 25 once. The sub's just permanent? Huh. Oh, they had like an event going that just made like a sub permanent or something? That sounds strange. And very unlike Twitch. Also, yeah, this wasn't a Hebo jungle game, so never mind. Maybe Fred is the only jungler who played it in this tournament then. Hebo solo was definitely a choice, but I mean, into a Ra, that makes sense. But maybe I was thinking I was gonna go play Ra into a tier. I think that's definitely a better matchup than the Hebo. Ah, fucking hell, bro. Now I'm ADC. I haven't seen the shield on Zeus, so this is before Zeus's shield rework then. So he still has his weird 2. That just gives him movement speed and shielding. Oh. I actually forgot exactly what it did. Did it just give you damage reduction? Protected you a bit? That's not a great Chuck skin. Why is he blue? Why is my boy blue? Oh, you get skins too, I see. Still though, it seems weird that it's permanent. Like, is that bugged? That doesn't seem like a very good business plan, but I mean, that's obviously appreciated. Oh my god, I don't miss that. If you already had the same buff, you had to wait for it to run out so you can pick it up again. That's so weird. Happy that's not a thing anymore. You can just pick it up when you want. When this from? This is from the launch tournament. So 2014. Good times, yeah. Those are nice times. Very simple map, but I think this map was better. At least in terms of the lanes, like lane layout. Alright, let me pick here, so I don't worry about dodging here. What am I even picking? I'm ADC, and with that I will play... What the fuck is their comp? They have 3 mages. I guess I'm against Sol, so that's really boring.
Select your god.
Probably just Jingwei again. To have any fighting chance into that hellish team comp they have. I kind of want to play on her. I guess Hebo didn't have ult for that. Because I don't think he should have died. But I wasn't looking. I'm actually curious now. No, he died with ult up. Yeah, it's completely up when he died. So he just decided not to ult the chunk ult, so he's just silenced. Misplay. I guess he was thinking that maybe he didn't see Poseidon. Like, even if I didn't hit that snipe there, he would just died to Kraken anyway, so I guess he just didn't expect the upcoming damage in the jungle. I mean, because of Athena, I think I have to go Beads, man, but I really want Aegis into the rest of their team. I'm just gonna go Aegis. Just gonna go Aegis.
Okay. Fiddlesticks. Savor these moments.
Dang it!
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Don't know why we didn't just pause. That is weird and tragic, because I guess we had people AFK.
Minions have spawned.
Get out, loser! We're gonna own some new.
Good game.
Yeah, no Sunder for us. Looks like they didn't have one either, though.
Stand your ground.
And I missed.
Ready the penguin. Attack the minions. Engage.
I just decided to poke and I missed.
Fiddlesticks.
Wanna fight?
Sure. Actually,
Nice one.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Haven't played Honor in a while, man. I feel so sloppy on the fucking Impale.
And fight. I challenge you.
Left leg. On my way. My opulence.
That can't be good.
I'm coming over.
Enemy spotted. Be right back. The rain shall wash them
Defend
away.
middle lane. I'll defend
Do
middle
imps.
lane. Left lane.
Yeah, defend mid.
Yep.
Zuko is 4 HP.
Just clear one more. Just clear one more wave. He doesn't have beats when it comes.
Yeah, I can both kill him.
I challenge you. Stand your ground.
He's in lane now. I can dash on him.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Stunned.
Enemy
Okay,
has
if
been
I fucking
slain.
flick my ult to Narnia, I guess.
He died.
The pause is on the back end and right, watch out.
Maybe he's with them. I think he crackened.
Yeah, it's cracking down.
I see an ult down. Can I dash on me maybe?
On the way.
Your right tower is under attack.
Nice, no ult.
The rain shall wash them away.
Jonas is coming. He doesn't have ult on Jonas.
That speed's positive.
Is he coming to me? He's dead.
Enemy has been slain.
Athena's pathing to you, I don't know where the Giannis is.
They're with me.
He just dashed in.
Yeah.
He's out. I'm going speed.
I guess it's just back. Finish off my shit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Suki no beats.
Do I go crit? No.
Just get out, just get out.
TPing mid.
Why is his chat fucked?
Well played.
Middle tower is under
What do you mean?
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm sorry, I can't read chat. I'm focused on the game, man. I'm not here to stream and read chat. I'm here to play the game. Three minutes, 0 engagement. I mean, what do you expect from me, huh? Want me to read every single little comment? And yeah, Ares just has like a no-name thing happening. I'm pretty sure it's just Demi though. That's my guess anyway.
Enemy missing
Your
left.
left tower is under attack.
Maybe gank right.
Enemy missing.
Soul's rotating in. I'm a Moy.
I don't know what Jonas is.
Enemy missing middle. The rain shall
I
wash
think Jonas is coming.
enemy has been slain.
I believe in you.
Yes.
Lane.
Demi, that is you, right? No answer. Tragic.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
Honestly, pull gold here. Yo, Anna, come.
No Moy.
This should be.
Soul might know, she just saw me walk in.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
All guys on left.
Oh, I suck.
Kanskje brødre ut.
Alright.
You move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Just had to hit something. I expect him to run back too. That's why I jumped over there, but could have just run normally.
Enemy ultimate down.
Athena all down. Fucking hell. Solid as well. Fucking Athena diff.
Attack left lane.
Enemy spotted. Ultimate is down.
I can blink on him.
Nice done.
Range
Jesus
on?
Christ, bro. What did that do?
Ah, no problem. He beats.
Yeah, I mean, you destroy him.
This god's OP.
Pulse Janice, right jungle.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
I got hit by the iron assault.
Yeah, I can help you guys.
I think we're okay. That Jan assault cracking down.
Blink.
I mean, us living there with 4 people here is good for us, so... Still sucks that I had to back instantly, though.
Are they on oracles?
What are you asking?
Asked if they're on
Drop.
oracles. Oh, no problem.
Oh, nothing.
I suck.
Unlucky.
Enemy missing.
Can we do golden spawn?
Okay.
Yeah.
This boss is behind you guys.
Jan assault in the back.
Enemy has been slain. Shut down.
It's a pretty bad ult from me. I ulted way too late. Should've just done it earlier for damage and Sol, before she went to her immunity form. Can we still do gold? I don't think they're gonna know this.
I won't be there.
Didn't portal.
That sucks. I'm staying on gold.
Against is stacked. You can still do it. It's fine.
Attack the gold fury.
What the fuck? Cracking down.
Destroyed the gold fury. Your left tower is under attack. Your tower is under attack.
Weird fucking stuttering. I need them. Holy shit! Stop.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Again, is coming over, I think.
I'm gonna hook to back.
I'm walking.
I challenge you.
Oh, John is missing. I'll get him mid tower.
Yeah, I'm almost there, almost there. Just keep straight line, maybe.
Probably Suku's tipping. No, he's here.
That's portal down.
What is Janus? What is Janus?
The rain shall wash them away.
That sucks. Didn't actually expect him to try and portal because he would just die for it. I was down to ages to
Your
2.
team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Athena's walking to you. Pretty low.
I'm coming. I'll stand for her.
Oracles, oracles.
Stand there.
I challenge you.
Enemy has been slain.
I believe in you.
I'll do pyro if you can zone.
On my way.
Yeah, I mean, wanna camp this guy.
I'm TPing mid.
Man, I wish I didn't have Athena. I think I can take Saul, but I just can't look for a 1v1 when Athena's ult.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Not to mention Janus. Fucking both Janus and Athena ults shows up every time. Time to focus on farming a bit more before I look for fights. Because I'm actually falling behind in XP.
Try to go on the Shuko. I have blink.
There's no beats.
Enemy ultimate
The rain shall wash
John is ult.
Saul might TP.
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
enemy has been slain.
Your left tower
Also
is under
Kraken.
attack. A monument to my opulence. Your left tower has been destroyed.
You can cut him off. Flashing to you.
Your left tower is under attack. A monument to my opulence. Careful now. Rain will wash them away. Your left tower is under attack. A monument to my opulence.
Attack the Gold Fury.
I need to back Athena and Saul here. Saul ult down.
That can't be good.
I guess it doesn't matter what I do. Athena will just show up, whether it be through the ult or not.
I bomb.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'm on the way.
Back into tides, we can do pyro when I'm there.
I can stun this guy.
On my way. An enemy has been slain.
I got the bomb.
Has destroyed
Giannis is
the
right.
Pyromancer.
Enemy ultimate down.
Oh, easy run, team.
Poked Giannis a little bit, but that's it.
I'm gonna TP left. Are they going to F3?
I don't see them.
Yeah, down it, down it, down it.
I have ult and bomb. What's HP?
Half.
TP, I'm coming.
Balance portal.
Okay.
Just can't play the game without getting fucking Athena taunted. But because they have Suku, I had to go Aegis, so it's just fucking hell, bro. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Give me 2 relics.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Think you scare me?
I think it's time to get Sunbeam.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
This can actually be bronze. I'm just joking. It's because I've been on a big loss streak. If it just feels like it. I lost a lot of SR. I'm about deity level, but doesn't feel like it when you're on a huge loss streak.
A monument to my opulence.
You dead?
I think so.
Or should I come help?
Nah, it's dead.
If you can somehow get to me, I have stuns for you.
You need to like
I did good damage to some of them, but that's, yeah. I was just too far up.
people here.
That's too bad.
We could maybe hold tier 2, but I mean,
Under attack.
Bellona isn't here, just protect us.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
I challenge you.
Oh, I'm dead.
Fuck.
The Pyromancer.
I wasn't looking at the map, honestly. I kinda zoned out a bit there. I was just out of position.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
This deity is my 2 version of GM, pretty much, yeah. There's no limit to how many
They're
people
going gold.
how many people can be in deity, though. Like, GM, like, there was, what, top 100 or top 50 or whatever it was? I forgot now, but there isn't a limit in Smite 2.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Not bronze yet, yeah. I'll get there.
Poked post Janus.
Your middle tower is under attack.
They're coming to you. I'm with you.
I'm here.
Janus is low.
Push behind, push behind.
I need to heal.
Kraken down. Circle ult down.
I'm coming mid.
Just bad Aegis.
Okay, I have no ult. I'm bugging.
That ghoul
Why me, bro? Why me? Why am I the one getting Krakened and Suku ulted? But I actually panic just because when I landed, I wasn't sure if the Kraken was gonna reach me in time, and it
I can
didn't.
dash.
So I just Aegis nothing. Fuck, man! I could have outplayed them if I actually had my Aegis up when Suku ulted me.
He's here.
Nice.
I'm back with G.
Yeah.
I'll save my gold actually. I'll get a sentry, but gotta save my gold for death toll upgrade.
It's free.
Destroyed the fire tower.
I can back for starter.
Yeah, just back and go right, I guess.
I'm pushing up the wave and back.
I can do pyro. Although I can't pick up the bomb, but
I can just do it with you. I need to back after that anyway.
sure.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Someone can pick up the ping as well, maybe.
Attack the gold fury! Yes.
Welcome back, Nictura.
Enemies in middle lane.
They're gonna split left. Alona can maybe hold.
Just Athena, I think.
And we just fucking hard push. Nah, there are 3 there
I
at
know.
least.
Just going there as well.
Yeah.
Your team has
I
destroyed
can also
the
back,
gold
worst
fury.
case. Wait, who's
Yeah, I mean, I think if we see multiple people, I can back plus 1 more.
I'm just.
And you guys just threaten and
Your team has destroyed the
backing.
middle enemy. Your middle tower.
push.
Your left tower is under attack. Right, enemy Phoenix.
On my way.
We poke 2 of them.
Just go T2. Can we bomb this door?
I don't have bomb anymore. I used it on the left Phoenix, or right Phoenix.
Ah.
Okay.
Got my meta still. Fuck.
Bad trade. I'll stun them here. Just walk up.
Enemy has been slain.
Nice. I did absolutely fuck all this game. Just disabled by Athena.
Victory.
Absolutely disabled by Athena always. I managed to get 1 solo kill on the Sol early on before it became a problem, but yeah, that was just so annoying. Also, I had to get a little used to my on her gameplay. I like on her a lot, but he's definitely not as fun in Smite 2 as he was in Smite 1. Granted, I do believe I have him ranked 10 as well in Smite 2 here, yeah I do. So I've played him a decent amount, I just haven't played him in a little while. It's not really my favorite 80s, one of my favorite 80s since Might 2 so far. More VOD? Yeah. I'll keep watching till I'm done with the launch tournament. I'm just sad that it's missing a set. That's about it. I would have really liked to watch the first TSM versus Dignitas set, but it's lost to time for some reason. But we get this one, and we get the grand finals. It's fine, man. Just land the snipes.
Select your god.
Thor, I guess. Why no play comp? Because there is no comp, man. Also, I don't know if I would if there was. I don't count to my prime, man. That shit's NA. My ping is horrible on NA. I don't want to play that. I'm down to play comp if there was some EU stuff. And not to, I mean, I did play in the last other than others tournament. I played in that one. That's kind of the last quote unquote I would say big, but where a lot of people were involved. Pretty much everyone who plays the game in EU was involved in that draft tournament. I was a part of that. We won one round and then we got lost. We lost the second one, so we didn't go very far, but it was still fun. My team costed me that game. No joke. I got fed, man. But it is what it is, you know? What can you do? One of the first tier monster tournaments, like an amateur tournament, Dry Bear casted in the bottom of the finals, not online as well. Yeah, I guess pre-European Invitational, which was essentially the first big EU LAN since because there were tournaments before. Back when me, Trixtank, and Qfred originally joined each other, when I was just a sub. We were actually we were the first team to beat the quote-unquote unbeatable team back then in Lassen, Sapman,
I wish you the best
Pompon.
of luck, Dab King, mate.
Because
Your
that.
support's
Bro.
an ankle.
They had like
He
they
licked
were just
windows
unbeatable
and
at the time, and we had to beat them, and then we beat them on NA servers too. Like it was Giga Chat moments.
Do you look the other side?
We were the first team to actually do that.
all. What? You can't be saying that.
I don't know what your business you're into, buddy.
And you were the one licking the cars at the car wash, right? Don't worry, pull up the videos.
Show the footage. The people have a right to know.
Like.
Mjolnir would give you a kiss and take it. Good game. Be careful with the jungle.
Just do an early back. Grab a chalice as well.
Oh, is that all?
No way he doesn't take another tower shot.
Unlucky. Wait, the fucking Huyi got both kills. What a joke.
Unlucky, man.
I think that might be the good scenario.
Maybe.
I'm taking grubs, car.
I have no symbols and stuff.
Det var nice.
That's my blue gone as well. That really sucks. I'm surprised we didn't hit level 5 off of all that. All the fucking imps.
I don't have beats if there is things 5.
I have 5 here though. They're pretty strong.
Yeah, he gets 5 and 9 here.
It's kind of cooked. Now I'm gonna be behind in XP. Oh, I'm not in level 6.
This is something like right. He'll probably be on Oracles. I got one of them. He's missing still.
He's just gonna look to blink ult, I think.
This might be one of those games where I try to rotate as much as I possibly can and help out on the opposite side of the map.
I think Sisano's somewhere close.
Can't really do much in my own lane anyway. Have you tried making your own comp league? No. Dude, that's so much work. I cannot be asked to do that. Not to mention, if I made like a league in some way, I would have to put in the prize money as well. Or some kind of prize. Usually involves money.
Your right tower is under attack. Be careful.
I try and bait the quick jump. I'm going mad, I think.
They've all ults down mid.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No problem. Ally has been slain.
I think we're just cooked here. Just looking pretty rough as a start overall.
Wait, are they coming to my purple?
Maybe.
Probably, yeah, actually.
Seems fine.
Okay, I got a blue buff.
Enemy missing middle.
He's shoving the wave.
I'm backing. I wanna be strong for that.
I'll hold it for you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I have no ult for this.
I have a
Where's
sentry.
rotating mid?
I have no secure for a few seconds. Wait.
Enemy missing.
Let's jump.
Enemies incoming right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright, then I'm gonna back, yeah.
He's up here. Walking up.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Enemy has been
Good
slain.
job.
Going left, maybe. They're in mid.
Okay, I'm TPing left. You wanna fight them?
I don't have my ult, so I don't really
He's
want
still
to
doing
fight.
right, so.
Does he have hammer?
Not anymore.
I'm coming.
They're coming to you, right? He's coming to the jungle right now.
That's it.
And literally where I backed, they're here.
5 seconds.
They're gonna be behind us, right?
There's one.
I'm not in range.
Nah, no,
Fine.
that's his beads. Top lane left.
This is a sentry, by the way, so they don't have vision here.
Defend the flank. Enemy missing middle.
I'm coming mid.
Yeah, they're coming mid. Slowed the Ares, but that's all I can really do.
I think so. I've just been tapped up.
Who is coming?
They're gonna pull gold, I don't know if we can stop them though.
I vault up.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
I'm just doing the buff. Should I come? Is it fightable?
I don't think I can help.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Ares walking right.
Man, this is looking really rough for us.
I'm trying to
Do a
come.
fundraise. I just don't, man. I don't want to do all the management stuff needed to do something like that.
I've life
Beat
binding.
Suyi.
I think Susana.
Bro, I don't
On the
even want to
buff.
like sit and wait for scrims and stuff. That's why I don't like comp anymore. I don't want to just sit for hours just waiting for the enemy team to get ready, or maybe we're missing a person and we're just sitting there looking at fucking nothing. There's so much time wasting behind the scenes that people don't see in competitive. It's so boring. I don't want to do all that.
I'm not walking up here.
Enemy missing mid. Be careful right.
It's all you.
Actually,
I'm coming for the wave.
You wanna just freeze?
Nah. I'm not back soon.
Fall before
clean.
That's Ares alt down. We're just playing like other people are here.
your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Ares was in between mid towers. I'm just looking for gun threat.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let me just fuck it up.
Be right back.
This is good. We're just getting some small wins.
We're left.
Do you have TP in mid?
I'm coming in that time.
We're alt down.
So. Yeah, let's jump. Let's
Under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I try to bait this jump.
Thor is missing.
He's here with Susano.
The rain shall wash them away.
Ares
I'm
in mid.
taking
That's
that.
pretty good.
I am.
Your right tower is under attack.
He still has all.
I'm staying.
Your right tower
Ares alt down.
Got him.
Your left tower is under attack.
That's Ares blink as well. Fucking lost my tower for that though.
Your left tower.
Debatable if that was worth it, but I mean we'll get the shutdown on Susano actually. Maybe it was worth it. That was pretty big. Even if we kind of gave that to Yemoja.
I'm into purple. Is it up?
Yeah, yeah, it's up.
Yeah, probably come to you after.
Someone see a cat there.
Enemy missing left.
Wanna do Naga?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, sure.
No, man. Should've just backed out. I thought I could finish it off in time.
We need wards for gold.
Yeah, I was gonna say they might be on it. I think they are. They're coming to you right and then they'll go gold.
Alt down on OE. You guys can maybe just trade pyro.
Oh my god!
Destroy that left enemy.
Susanna's coming. Susanna's here, Gunther.
I'm fasting
on
him
my way.
there. I have an ult.
Susanna's poked. Susanna's very low. Thor ulting, Thor ulting.
Good job, good job.
Heal Gunter if you can. I'm on the way.
He's went to red, went to
I'm
red.
chasing.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Where is this mid?
Enemy spotted.
Enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Got the assist. I'll say worth.
Maybe we wanna do pyros? That's on here.
There's a Cutler here.
I'm coming. Might as well try.
I want a beat though.
I beat.
If you guys
Yeah,
just
the
start,
beats,
I'll
yeah.
just see if I can zone.
I got the ship at that.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
We on there.
He jumped, he jumped. Just got him.
Enemy has
Good
been
job.
slain.
Your right tower
We just pull up
is
G
under
maybe?
attack.
Nah, I don't think so. Help mid, help mid. I'm here.
Yeah.
He's low.
I'm coming back. Oh, the creep suck my ear.
Huge Vulcan ult.
Enemy
Let's
has been
go.
slain.
Hikasa's back mid. She's TP'd mid, TP'd mid, TP'd.
Yeah, we should
Gotta
go.
get some
Wanna
fucking
go
pen,
super
man. Oh.
What? I got fucking messed.
It's really early, damn. That's actually very early. Time Spain. Onto Sono. Pain OP. Wrong button.
That's his blink ult.
He's coming right. They're all coming right.
Okay, I'm getting out then.
I can TP too if you want to try and fight it.
Yeah, we can try and fight it, I think.
I'll try to
try and cut us off.
TPing.
He's trying to blink over the wall.
I'm coming back.
I'll TP left, I'm gonna go defend it.
Got you.
Is a firepole or what? We have a Vulcan.
Yeah,
actually,
yeah,
we
yeah,
could,
we
yeah,
got
we
you.
could.
I bomb Sunder. And ult.
Thor's here.
I'm TPing.
They don't have any Sunder at all, so.
Alright, pull it, fuck it.
Attack fire giant.
Thor backed.
Do you need to team beads for me?
I have no team beats.
Oh,
Ares
fuck.
no blink though. Ares no
I'm
blink.
poking Ares a bit. I'm just gonna poke.
Yeah, if you just keep the arrows out, it should be free. Fuck.
Thor out, Thor out, Thor out, Thor out. Fucking hell, gun go. Take.
Come to me.
I'm walled. Ah, that's my bad. They're really low.
I'm not, I don't think I'd do that.
Got mid here.
Nice.
Damn.
That's the Kate ult as well.
Fucking Hoyi wall diff again.
I can in his
It's
back
fucking
out
hell,
4K
man.
in hand. Just
Maybe
take that
gold
jungle
first?
right and go.
Enemy tower.
Little bit of an int.
I'll take some poke.
Behind.
I was trying with Book of Thought this time
I do have a
on
silence.
Wukong here. It actually feels better because you need the mana region so
They're gonna
badly.
contest this.
I like Deso a lot. I really,
I don't think
like
we could.
Deso. But
Okay.
Unless we see them go somewhere else. Ah, we can maybe pull
the
down.
Magic region is so valuable. And he's not really a poly character,
That
so...
one's money, so I need to go. Might be behind us.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Let Leech it, it's fine.
We should try and get right before next
So
goal.
son of
Oh,
a
yeah,
guys,
right.
event.
Help Vulcan, help Vulcan.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
I'm TPing.
I'm coming.
You guys can run at them. I'm on the way.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we
we
choose.
should chase it.
Doors in right, so we have numbers
Ares
here.
up here.
And Hecate. We should just kill them here.
Ares slowed.
From Ares.
I'm 7 mile.
I'm gonna jump on the scan left.
I'll go defend
They're
right.
going right. They're going right.
We can just push left. I've bomb for Phoenix.
Yeah, you and me can push.
I've beats up as well.
There's two. Where is he?
In front of me.
At Phoenix.
I just got one shot, that's my bad.
Your right tower.
They're gonna push Phoenix.
They're gonna go for Phoenix.
Fucking hell, bro. I knew that was gonna happen too.
Phoenix.
I should have just beatsed.
Do we?
I didn't think I was
Can we
gonna
not just
fucking get
fight
one
them?
I think
shot.
it's already done.
Right Phoenix is under attack.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you just go Phoenix. I want something.
Right Phoenix has been destroyed. Titans under attack. Destroy the left enemy.
Go mid.
He's on the game now.
I'm just being carried at this point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Janda.
I've spam here.
That was just bad by me. I'm sad about that one. I've inted twice in a row.
I'll let you tank for a bit.
These
I missed
boys.
everyone.
Have a wonderful day.
See you at Tesco's parking lot adapting.
Yeah, literally. 9 PM on the dot or else.
Victory.
I just got fucking cooked. Should have expected it. Dude, these VODs are so laggy too, but I guess that's just early streaming. Nice 1v1 here. Oh no, Sue's diff. Wow, we're just running it back there. Exactly same team. Dude, the buffs, like the buff camps are so funny. Because you can just get stuck in there. That doesn't really feel as much of a thing now. They're not really as, like, I don't know, deep. It's not just a room, I guess. It's more just like a curved wall now. Well, I guess the only way... You can kind of get stuck in speed. That has happened a few times. Barrows being clean. I don't actually know when Barra quit. I don't think he was playing when I came back in Season 11. So he wasn't one of the people that dipped out for Smite 2. And they've picked fucking Bologna. Fuck. Oh no, dude. What do I even pick into it? I never know what to pick into it. Because everything sucks into it. Oh, their comp, man. Maybe I just go Apollo. Maybe that's the play. Yeah, fuck it. I think tank Apollo with Contagion is the way to go. Yo, what's up, Poseidon? How you doing? Ooh, nice blink. Dude, they go so far. It goes so far, man. Nice disengage. I think I want to go blink. Doing alright. Got back from a date. Nice, man. Hopefully that went well. Watched some Evo. How are you? Oh, yeah. What is it? Evo... Friends? Where is it? I forgot about that. I don't need to watch some of it. I forgot. Evo Friends? Yeah. Okay. I'll have to check it out at some point later. Because I actually really want to see a 2x KO in like a competitive setting. I want to see people go crazy with it. I've been maybe it's just because I started watching these older tournaments, but I've just been like I want to watch something competitive, like whether it be League or CS:GO or whatever it is, or I guess it's CS2 now. I just want to watch something competitive. It puts me in like a competitive mood. I'm not really into like football or basketball or anything like that. Has to be gaming. I like the esports. Went well. That's good. You check out 2x KO. Just watched second finals and it was hype. That's nice, man. I wish I was into Tekken because I do think they're really good at hyping stuff, just in the way that the game functions and like the slow mo moments and all that stuff is really cool. I don't know why it doesn't really appeal to me that much. I wish it did. Dude, this VOD, stop lagging, man. It's running about as bad as my average Smite game. Or Smite 2. Yeah. This might be rigged. Dude, wait, where's Bologna? Support? The support winner fucking did that. Fucking hell. Bar diff? Ah, I got cooked. I guess my bad for fighting Bari at level 1. Fucking hell, bro. This shit sucks now. I'm so far behind. How much range do you have on that character, man? Man, I picked this for Bologna, not for Bari. This matchup sucks. Granted, it's my own fault for trying to fight at a level 1. I actually thought I could. I don't know. Maybe it just took too much minion damage. Definitely wasn't good. Not to mention it's fucking Bari as well, so I can't go Nemean first as I usually do. I guess I'll just go for something like Shifters. Can I even go Shifters? I don't know. No, maybe it... Fuck. Yogis? Maybe it's a Yogis game. It's a level 5 Bari. I think our whole jungle on the left is just being invaded. I'm falling behind. Damn, how could they? Yeah. This is so fucked. Feel like he's just zoning. I'll just fucking sneakily farm as well then. Didn't miss any farm. He has ult. I think I die if he does. Bellona's there as well, man. I don't think this is good. My bad then, I should have followed up. You're doing that fast enough by yourself. Fuck. I actually don't know what to buy. I think I'm just gonna go Yogis. I think it's the best option I can go with. What's their ADC? Oh, it's what the fuck? Aladdin ADC. Bro, what is their comp? He's so huge. That Osiris. I'm ulting over. It's gonna take a while though. Getting pretty close to Yogis here. My ultimate 5, I can ult to speed. I'm away. Was so back. Are you happy now? Damn. He backed, so he's probably coming back soon. Yeah, I see him. Bro, what the fuck gave me shield? Oh, life binder. What the fuck? Life binder. Guess I will just do anemia now. If I will have Bellona and Osiris potentially up my ass. That's Barry ult down. I can ult to it as well. Fuck it, I'm on my way. Ha, they fucked up. I can waste their time a lot here. Balloon all down. They're running away. I might just go for a just full on health build. Like, why not? How much health can I get? It's not looking great. It's looking pretty good for us so far, compared to how bad the start was. And our late game is better than theirs, because they don't have an ADC. Though I guess you kind of can count Bari as one, but she does not play like an ADC. Let's be real. She's definitely more like a mage. Get that helmet. Wait, what helmet? I don't think any of the helmets have HP on them, do they? Actually, I do want shifters, because my power is so shit that it's going to take me forever to kill things. Bar is missing, guys. I see her in the back there, assuming that's recent and not a visual glitch. I'm ulting mid. I'm gonna look for Aladdin. That's fine, I'll be okay. It's actually getting really dark in here. Ugh. And actually, before this, I am getting my shifters first. My power is so low, bro. I don't do any damage. I just want my autos to just hit a little bit. Just a little bit. The health helmet? Health helmet. I don't think there is a health helmet. Are we talking about Gauntlet of Thebes? That's the only thing that stacks health. Left 15 beats. Okay, I'll check it out. Give it a fire. Okay. Damn. Yeah, I forgot to check the item now, but I can check it out real quick. Let's see. Left of team beats. Oh, you mean the Leviathan hide? Yeah, this one's pretty bad. It does, like, you just don't get much health out of it. Like 250 health. Most of the time, you're gonna get maybe like 100 and absolute max 200 HP out of this item from the passive, and then you might as well just go for something that has 400 and give you something else. You know, it just isn't good, unfortunately. If I had to go for a stacking health item, it would be Gondola Thieves. Like 15 per stack. Like, it gives you pretty nice amount of HP. It's gonna give you about 600 HP. Is it 600 or 800? Like, it's pretty high. It's like the highest health item in the game if you can fully stack it. The issue with this item is that I'm a solo laner, so most of the time I need stacks to, you know, get killed by someone else, and I'm usually by myself. But you can go for it later, so that when you're fully with your team, you can, yeah, you can get it that way. Thieves give 1,000? Really? That is very high. If only it was easier to stack. But also, like, the full HP Apollo it's good as like a frontline to add some CC and some. No one wants the jungle. Like, fuck, that distracted me. And I forgot to ban. Shit. I completely forgot my thought process. Right, if you want to go full HP on Apollo, you just don't do any damage. And realistically, because of how much damage there is in Smite 2, you don't really feel that tanky either. So you kind of had to go for like a hybrid damage build as well as HP, which is why I usually go for something like Shifters. So that I do get more power. But, it's fun at least to try a full health build just to see how much HP you can actually get. You can at least run around and be bait. HP build's problem is there's a lot of anti-health items, like Soul Reaver or Heartseeker. I mean, Soul Reaver and Heartseeker for sure. Kins, not so much. Though I suppose if you only build health, then yeah, I mean, Kins would definitely be an issue. But even so, I feel like no one would build Kins anyway. Even if they saw you building full HP. Oh man, I'm ADC. Shit. Shit. Maybe it's just the soul game. Oh. Almost a dodge. Their comp is pretty annoying. I don't really know what I would buy, what I would go here. Well, it ain't Sol now that I'm looking at our team comp. I think I gotta go for something with strength. Guess I'll just go Jingwei. Jingwei it is. Oh yeah, back when Doomer was a stacking item. Holy shit, dude, this VOD is so laggy. Make it stop. I'm actually curious, is this a part of the video? I'm gonna go back here. Yeah, it is. Okay, it's so weird. It is incredibly laggy. Ages game. I kind of want to. Maybe not. I was supposed to say maybe I try Hydras first, but I kind of need the attack speed from Learnable. Not to mention I'll be going straight into Rage. So I just wouldn't have any attack speed at all if I went Hydras. Oh, it's Kali ADC. I don't know why I didn't think about what the ADC was. That should be easy enough to deal with. Ah, that's my bad. I should have just hit the wave. I'm just going back to the wave. I can't help you. I'm too low. And it kind of sucks. So close to finishing my item. At least I'm Jing Wei. I see them all down. No, I can't. I don't have any damage yet. Like, my cooldowns are just longer. Yeah, I just now finished my item. I didn't really have any damage. That really sucks. I was not really in the position where I wanted to fight all that much. Kali will just outdamage me when I don't have anything finished. Not that it was a bad fight. I think maybe if I like landed a 1, but the thing is, Kali will also always looking for it and also always just going to jump it. And if my 1 doesn't land, I won't be able to outdamage him. Now this is kind of fucked up. But whatever. Jingwei, I'll be that late game. He's on his back somewhere. Can you get it yourself? I'm just dead, I guess. Ugh. Every time we do something in duo, I'm just fucking dead. This sucks a little bit for me. Nah, fuck it. I'll back again. There's nothing to take anyway, and I can't really contest. Kali might rotate. I don't know where she is. Can finish rage as well. I got it back for that. I might just have to give him most of the farm for now. As much as I don't really want to do that. Ding looks fun. She is fun, but you know, she's obviously something that relies a lot more on late game than so many others. They started gold. It's 5k, 4k, 3k. They're getting low. Coco's 1 HP in the back, guys. Okay, I guess we just didn't go on the Cuckoo even though I was baiting him, but whatever. It's not like it's going bad, but that's a little frustrating. I'm just dying for no reason, it feels like. Yeah, no one went on him. I was baiting too. Unbelievable. Sucks I only got one rage stack out of that. I don't see her. Okay. Guess they're just all here, didn't even realize. This game feels so cursed. I just fucking hate ADC. Like, this is exactly my point with ADC. It feels like no matter where you are, in your lane, you're so unsafe. You're so vulnerable no matter where you go. I'm playing Jing Wei, arguably the most safe ADC in the entire fucking game, and I still feel unsafe. That's why I hate the role so much. Fuck it. I mean, my lane was pushed, so might as well just try and help out somewhere else. I definitely shouldn't be fighting either. Without a tower. Kali might rotate, I can't follow. Yeah, they're on gold. It's 6k, 5k. I blink on Scylla as well, they're just whatever. I'm falling so far behind here. Fuck, man, I should just stay alive, because now I don't even have fire! Oh, man, I just didn't expect Scylla to start chasing me down, too. Ugh. Fucking hate this role. Which sucks, because I like the characters. Absolutely despise being in this lane. Yeah, you have it on 4. I just can't even really walk up. But I need farm so badly. So listen, right? Kali is missing now, keep an eye out. I'm gonna push up right. Yeah, I'm just getting out. Getting power was actually kind of clutch. Might have just died otherwise, because I would have stuck around. Maybe I should have gone Titan Spain actually, before I go anything else. That's still a dash. Okay. Guess I should never have dashed in. Fucking Kukul can just one-shot anyway. Fucking mages, bro. It's probably just 5 gen for them. VIP me, please. Yeah, sorry guys. I'm not really looking at chat too much today. I'm kind of... My mind's just kind of gone. Can't see shit. Still behind, still behind. Cuckoo just one-shots me. I'm out. I'll fly there as fast as I can. I was walled off. They're both 1 HP. Just gonna fall back actually. Yeah, I think we just fell back into a fire. Guess we can't really do fire anymore. Fucking hell. I'll back for some warts. Fuck it, I'm maging this damage. He dashed in. Fucking hell. Missing every fucking auto. That's all I have. All back and flying. Look, maybe just look for Kali. You almost won. Yo, boys, attack Kali. She's literally 1 HP. Yeah, no, it wasn't you. It's just everyone else left. No, but you have to kill Kali if she's just jumping on us. I think those Kali beats, though. That really sucks. Kali should just have died. I ran out of shotgun shots, so I didn't crit my last hit, and my Aegis wasn't up in time. Damn it. Actual scrim. Finally a break from fucking solo. I've been getting ADC a lot lately. Because my second role I've picked is mid, but when I play with adapting, for the most part, he plays mid. So I don't get that role. So I just always get ADC if I am not in solo. They're in the mid bush. Definitely really want Titan's Bane. I'm still doing good damage, but I could do even more. That's pretty much actually all it is. I could do more damage. We're back. Where did we go? There's literally no one here. Yeah, I do think I mean, look, my viewers right now says 24. I imagine obviously people lurk. They do that, but there is a weird like viewer number issue on Twitch. It seems it's been going on for the last few days. It's because you don't engage with chat and you don't have webcam on. But neither does Nika. Granted, he doesn't interact with chat more, but I mean, you gotta give me some ammo, you know. Also, if I'm in a really focused game like this one, I generally don't talk much, but otherwise I do. If I'm chilling in solo, it's much easier to talk. Nika is cooler. Damn. It's because I'm old, isn't it? Gamehunter for life. Dude, that comment is gonna end up being a meme, isn't it? 12 years ago. I need 300 gold for Titans. I'm gonna see if I can get it. Okay. Do you want me to come or do you want me to push? Fuck it. I'm flying in. Coco was on me. That sucks. Didn't get the dagger in time. Just live, bro. At least I got some kills there. I'm doing some good damage now. Maybe if we have some vision, I can fly in. Yeah, gold's done. We have a good pick hump. We can probably just look for picks. No, we're just getting caught though. We gotta get up. Yeah, I'm coming with you. Yeah, my bad. I was trying to just get him out. I think we would have done enough damage, but I was dead anyway. That sucks. We just got caught for no reason, honestly. Of all our picks, Aladdin was the one that got caught, which is unfortunate. Fucking hell, bro. I want to get out of this lane so badly, though. It's actually just so boring. It's somehow worse than solo. It would help, though, if we had, like, actual frontliners in this game, though. Because we have really good comp, but we just don't have anyone to really initiate. Like, a single Agnes stun from range won't really help us too much. Though it's mainly because they also have something like Yamoja, because Yamoja can just initiate in so many different ways. Oh no. This is worse though. I want to play this role even less than ADC. No, man. The only thing that I like more in support than ADC is that I get to rotate. That's it. What I can do is play Baron. Yana support? No, man. It's not good in high level. It's not. What is high level then? It's not Obsidian 3, I can tell you that much. This game blows, it does. The problem is, like, high level players at this point will not consider you good in any sort of way unless you're at least 5k. Because the skill levels are so varied. It's so easy to be super boosted in Smite 2. People suck, that's the issue. Master 3 is still at a high level, yeah. I mean, right now, I'm not even high level. I'm below Demigod. Ares is available as a character in this game. Do I play it, though? No. Don't want to fucking play it. Had a guy rage quit in my last game and I lost SR because of it. Yeah, I mean, that really sucks. Happened a few times for me as well. It just feels bad, especially if you're doing well everywhere else, but that person was just kind of getting shit on and they didn't want to play anymore. People like that need to stop like queuing anything team game, but just stop playing any team game. If you don't mind getting shit on by yourself, you can always leave. But you're just fucking up everyone else. Wait, who is that Ganesha? The no-name. I thought it was Demi. It's not Demi. Because that's Demi. Then who the fuck is that? Mr. No Name? I gotta look at their profile now. Now I'm curious. Let's check out Tracker. Okay, so that doesn't help checking Tracker. How's he without a name? He just has things that Smite, I guess, doesn't have in its program as like a, I guess, letters. So it just doesn't show anything. He has some weird letters. I just checked Tracker as well. It's like, I don't know. I don't really recognize it. Some weird, strange symbols. GOG is Demi, yeah. I mean demise. Like not Ninja Demi, but demise. I don't know where he's from, but it's... I just recognize the name now. He used to call Demise before I renamed to Gagamug, which he is now. Oh shit. Buy something. War flag? Selfless? I don't fucking know. Something. Not that. I just kind of bought random shit. The one I'm even buying. Stampede, I guess. Actually, no, I am not. I am supposed to be buying fucking Lifebinder. Fucking hell. Damn it. Oh well. It's probably fine. Sunder is a useless relic. It is needed on most supports. So, with that in mind, I don't think it's useless, but it's fair. You're entitled to your own opinion, even if it's wrong. We're not winning the wave anyway, man. Just get back. I get this roll and my ADC is annoying. Just want to fucking solo, man. Fuck. This might not be that bad if we actually hit level 5. Ganesha. Fools. Should probably have just pre-ulted. I was trying to pre-ult, but he got the silence off in time. Be nice and play nice. I mean, I'm just looking forward to the point where I can rotate and never look back. Main problem with that is that doesn't work anymore. Ganesha will just camp the shit on my Q, but and it's still gonna be my fault. Yeah, just get out. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Cupid has comms on, and it's really bothersome. I can already tell this is gonna be one of those shitty games that I just wish I wasn't a part of. No jump on Hui. Nice beats. That worked out at least. It's gotta rely on the adapting cuckoo in this one. Trying to get to. just need him to stop fighting. Fuck, this isn't Stampede. What the fuck am I building now? Oh my god. Bro, why wasn't this highlighted? Well, guess I'm swapping it out, and I guess I'm also selling my chalice, because we need wards. Look, it's TP left. It's a level 13 Loki, bro. Do you see him? Okay, I'm gonna run the other way. I hit him. That's his beats. I'm away. It's a huge kill for me, actually. I'm so back in the game. Ah, my bad. Didn't mean to take that. Ace here. Just get out. Jingwei's here as well. I give Cupid's that. I just need my Cupid to not die in these situations, man. That's so good for us. That's so good for us there. Oh, well. Yeah, just stay farmed. Don't really think duo is worth helping out this game. Oh my god. Let me move it. I don't want to lease from Cupid either. I want him to solo farm. Fucking hell, dude. It's actually just... No. I ignore him, I guess. Ganesh dash down. They're all coming to you. Come to me if you need. Yeah, that's unfortunate. We just, once again, just kind of getting caught. We need people to stop running around alone too much. What could I buy though to help myself out here? Definitely one more cooldown. Maybe it's a Genji's game. Actually, no, it is not, because it's only Ganesh. I guess I just go breastplate then. Yeah, start gold. Oh, it's a sexy, like, Cuckoo Baron comp we got there. I just got one shot. Just getting fucked up by Ganesh. Silence. Yeah, Ganesh ult down. Osiris also ulted me, actually. We just don't have any damage, like, it feels like. Outside of, like, a Kulkan. Lucky behind. Let's go fire. Loki might be coming in though. We see Loki, should be okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna back. I'm still lower level than Ganesh after everything. It's just my 7 deaths, the amount of time I've spent being dead. Okay. Yeah, I think you just save yourself here. They're all full HP. I mean, yeah. Dude, what the fuck? Definitely feels like we're just throwing. Maybe I do hardwood. Let's try hardwood. I haven't tried it on Baron. And it's not like his 2 is that easy to hit, honestly, so don't know really how good it's gonna be, but worth a shot. Yeah. This is beats. Careful, you're alone for a while. That's Stampede. I need to finish my starter as well, actually. Keep forgetting about these low-level support starters. Would be nice to finish them up. Jingwei dashed. Yeah, sure. Can you get Phoenix? Nice one. It looks so funny, man. I need cooldowns. Like Baron aspect definitely feels really LP in support. My ult's back up in like 25. Or like 20. So all I have, just focus Titan. 9 deaths though, not ideal, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do with support sometimes. Oh shit, it's actually, damn, what time is it? Okay, it's definitely gonna be my last game. I didn't even realize how late it was already. Finally got a solo game. Bug. Poker champ. Finally, some actual good bans. Look at that. This is normal now. The only thing, excuse me, the only thing maybe that could have been banned as well was the Wukong, but Bologna as well. A lot of shit has been banned for once. Nice. Very, very nice. Is that a Soul solo though? If so, why? Why now? I could realistically just go Baron again. If that's Soul, I mean, Baron would be nice into it. I mean, Baron is actually looking really tasty into their team comp. They all have pretty low mobility. Fuck it, I'll do another Baron game. I don't believe it. Of all the characters today that I'm playing twice in a row, it's Baron. Though I suppose Baron isn't great into Osiris if this is a frontline Osiris in solo. I wasn't thinking about that. Baron is hella fun. Well, not for me, but he's not usually my type of character. So it's surprising for myself to pick a character like this twice. I've never really liked Baron all that much. It's kind of the same thing with Hades, where Hades in Smite 1 was a character I never played. I thought he was one of the most boring fucking characters in the entire game. But that's also because I didn't like stationary gods, because it was the same thing with Anubis, who was also incredibly stationary. In Smite 2, now that you can generally move through like your abilities, like you couldn't move during Hades 3. Think about that. You just stood there. You couldn't move through it. But like now that you have like Ymir 2s where you can move a bit while using it, and Hades as well, it's just now it feels a lot better. I don't think they added it in Smite 1 though that you could move through Hades 3, but in the beginning you couldn't. You just made you stationary. Like both Anubis and I don't suppose Anubis you aim, but like Hades was literally a character where you couldn't move when you were 3, so you pressed the button and you stood there for like a second. Your ultimate, you stood there for like 2 or 3 seconds as well. So it was just a character that when you used press your abilities, you just didn't do anything. That was really boring to me. Now it's way different. Now there's interactivity in the ultimate, and as well you can just move in the 3. So Smite 2 has done some things to. My point in all this weird rant is characters actually have some sauce to them now that I really appreciate, and that just makes them so much more fun for me to play. But anyway, what do we got? Seagull on an aspect. Okay, it is aspect. Schmeagle on the aspect, Osiris. I think I just go. I think I do this, obviously, because I have aspect, so why wouldn't I do that? Yeah, I think I just do this. Save start. And the hardest part with that aspect anyway will be dealing with it early game, while he has a bunch of shit to throw out. But yeah, the game was much slower. Like in the tournament that I just watched, the 2013 one, you just saw the map too. Everything, like, it took way longer to kill everything on the game. It was kind of horrendous how long it took to kill a buff in that period. We just didn't really know any better, and I guess the attention span of people was just different. People have grown very impatient. That is just humanity now. Let's do this anti-zoning strategy. Let the wave come to me. Didn't matter. I was hoping I could actually do a bit more wave damage there, but oh well. What can you do? Now I can play the game. Osiris Aegis. He's somewhere around there. Yep, coming. He's 1 HP. That's all I have. I'm fine. I can't help. That's unfortunate timing. Pretty sure that's my blue gone too. Certain beats, by the way. Oh no, blue's still up. That's his ult. My 3's back up in 5. I don't need to stop throwing my 3 around just to try and hit him, because that shit almost gets me killed. Like, at least until I have more cooldown. I guess they don't need me for that. Athena all done. And Osiris ult. Yeah, they're zoning me. Siren ult. I didn't expect so many there. This sucks. I don't think we're getting any kills out of it. It's so unfortunate. Yeah, it's aspect. Let's see how shit is gonna be to do these as Baron. Let's finish some shit. I know worse. Right now, the Osiris aspect is also in its prime. I think right now, like, once you hit level 9, and for the next few levels, your 1 does a fuck ton of damage. It is so high in its base damage, because you can just throw it out, like 4 times in a row when you ult. And it's wild how much damage it does. Now, I'm weird, so I think I'm gonna go Helm of Darkness, but what else could I even do? Maybe I go, actually, I kind of want to go Regrowth. I want the movement speed from my healing. This is Aegis. Huge. Yeah, the minions are really annoying. One day, maybe the minions won't be running around like absolute idiots. I don't really notice it outside of solo. I don't think any other lane is really bothered by it. Let's back off. Happens in mid a lot? Okay. Bro, they just keep trying to sneak objectives. We gotta grab some wards for this shit. Athena all done me, I need help. Osiris ult. Fucking hell, bro. I keep forgetting about the Athena ult. I can so easily fight him, but the fucking Athena ult. It's pissing me off. Sounds like some tragic shit happened. Fuck. I did miss my one as well on my own 3 like route, which was really, really not good. I think their whole team is coming right. These monsters are mine to bury. This is 1 HP. Yeah, I'm gonna back and get ready for gold. Fuck it, I'm going full cooldown. I need my 3 up as much as I possibly can. I'm guessing he doesn't have comms on. Kind of plucked him out of my heal, but that's okay. Generally, I do just think there's a lot of issues on the Smite 2 map. But it's also pretty temporary. I mean, obviously they've been focusing on other things, but... Cern's like 50. Yeah, he's going to backs. I'll look for blue. We can do pyro. Yeah, my bear poet. I can't. Someone else gotta take the bomb. I can't throw my pot away. Let's stampede on them. Oops. That's her dash. I'm tanking it. I didn't realize how OP the Baron aspect was. This shit's actually broken. Oh yeah, it's definitely on me, guys. It definitely does make it easier though if you're into like an Osiris. It's just something that can never really get close enough to you. Because Baron has been pretty strong when you can get through the early game. It just has a really, really rough and slow early game. I want to be more tanky. Tragic. Don't see any protection item I actually want, so more damage it is, I guess. I mean, he doesn't have beats, so... Do you have pluck? Someone is in mid. I think we just pull Pyro. Just go Pyro. I'm just gonna chase him. And they also just fucking one-shots the gold. Because of Saul. Yeah, Saul probably just soloed that shit. Yeah, we gotta start doing objectives, because otherwise we will probably just lose those. Careful guys, I need healing. Actually, my ult is back up. See if I can bait a taunt. They warded here. Run back to us if you can. On Cyrus here. Is 1 HP as well. Wow, they're just all 1 HP, I guess. Just get out if you can. Don't let me get fire. Yeah, I agree. We have a lot of healing as well, so we should win the poke fights. We just need to group. What am I watching out there? I'm TPing. Ah, he dashed away. I can't, but I think I'm okay. My ult's back up in 25. I really want 20. But I didn't even realize we had a need aspect. No wonder the need ult does no damage. Though that's fine for objectives and stuff, but I can't be there, boys. Be careful. They're going mid. I guess it just one-shots me anyway. I mean beats, man. Whatever. We just don't really have an ADC this game. It's kind of hard to play around it. Let's go. I'm back up in 20. Five minutes coming in from the right. That's tragic. This is just one of those games where you can clearly feel a difference in just one single player. Because they have full team that plays the game, and we have this Neath literally doing nothing this game. I did say last game, but that one was such a fucking shitfest, honestly. Cancel my queue. Alright, let me actually go give my dog some food before I get into this game. He should have had some food a little while ago, so I'll do that real quick. Alright. It definitely felt like we should have won this game easily. It felt like we were just in control of the majority of it. But I guess all just didn't really... Like, he has no power in this build. What is he building? He literally only has, like... He has 55 power, not counting the stacks on Trends. That's it. 25 here as well, I guess, but I mean, this doesn't give you power. This doesn't give you power. You have two non-power items on a Neath. And 0 pen. He has so little power and no pen. So there's just no way he's going to do any damage. Yeah, my point being is that he goes for a Transcendence build where he then also goes Fatalis, which feels like he defeats the purpose. Because you need so much power, or you can just get so much power that you can just shit on anything. Not to mention, if you're running the, like Obo, you should go for a full attack speed build. He didn't have any Sunbeam either. Like, no Sunbeam, and once again, without Pen, you aren't doing any damage. Even against, like, a full squishy comp, just base protections, it's pretty much worth it. Just into base protections. You should always have Upshard and Titan Spin in your builds as a damage dealer. Wukong? Oh, man. Man. Shit. I'll fucking play the Soul myself. Oh, man. Yep. Yes. Back when Warriors was so powerful, you could just go boots into Jotuns without dying on cooldown. Though I suppose you could probably still do that on Chuck in jungle. And still survive for it. He's just so safe. Wow. That Chuckle did no damage. Dude, look at how little damage you did in this game compared to Smite 2. This was better. I really do think so. Hitting most of the snipes in this game. This is better, always has been. I just wish Smite 2 had the balancing, because I love how the game feels to play. But it's so unbalanced no matter where you look. That's the shit that I hate. Everything's so broken. Oh, dude, what is... This has to be the worst VOD of them all. This is so laggy. Streams must have been going through some rough times at this time. Oh shit, am I dead? Oh yeah, I'm definitely dead. Damn. Even beached. I do think the problem is that they are interested in being competitive. I don't think it's their focus right now, but I do think they are interested in being competitive. I just don't think that the people who are balancing the game necessarily play it on a high level, so they don't know what the intricate issues is or are. Because all the people that did play the game aren't there anymore, since all these layoffs have happened. Those people weren't important enough. So yeah, I do think that is a part of the issue. I don't obviously know that for sure, but that does feel like that's the case. We're pausing. We're pausing. Coconut said in talk that casual is their main focus for design. I see. I do think that does make sense. It just sucks at a high level, because obviously it makes sense when a game is low on player numbers that it needs to cater to the casual fan base so that the game can grow. Then after that, you can always look at it competitively. It just sucks as someone who, is passionate about the game and knows how to abuse all the really OP stuff in the game and has to deal with it because everyone at this level knows how to abuse those things. It definitely sucks to play into. But from a business perspective, I do think it makes sense for them to do that. Like I've said this in other games as well. Not in the same stream, but like I think you need to you cannot be catering to your 2% of your player base who is at the top. That just doesn't work, man. And as much as I hate that, because I'm a part of that 2% in Smite, you can't really design a game with just those people in mind. Just because they're so much better than everyone else. So yeah, it is what it is. Oh, Poseidon. Also, first time using this skin. Looks pretty good. Playing Yana solo. It's a good choice. I wish I could play Yana solo, but he's always fucking banned in these games. Is that a Wukong in Wukong jungle? Interesting. Half your tower gone at 2 minutes. Fun. Take that. Let's just Tiger down. He's on 1 HP. No stun bots. Unfortunate. Yeah, I still think there is time. Maybe this is just hopium, but like, I don't think it's completely over just yet. I do think they can improve the game. There's still time to fix it, quote unquote, fix it before the launch of Smite 2. That's speeds as well. Let's go. 5 minute tower. I think I'll do Vital Lamp first, just to get the extra survivability and the HP. I'm running too. Soul is fucking here too. He's here. I can't follow, I'm too fucking slow, I'm going back to my lane. Buckers just keep chasing them. And then Poseidon rotated and got a kill. It's fucking tragic. I got nothing. Oh, he's 1 HP. I'm running low on mana, I'm just going back. This game is already so weird. I'm going for a full lifesteal build in this game, I think. As much as I can, anyway. I'm gonna need some items that are not lifesteal, like Vital Lamp, obviously, but... No ult. Fucking hell, I'm missing everything. I'm out of mana, Buckers, you're on your own. That's just bad by me. Fucking missed everything. Good job. I just need more attack speed, which should be good now. Or at least good. I'm away too. Even the mighty must succumb to the night. But yeah, I forgot what else I was trying to say before everything just went to shit here, but I'm definitely one of the few people that probably has a little bit of hopium, or I think they can. I still think, like, the dish they have in front of them is really good, but it feels like they keep adding the wrong ingredient. You know what I'm saying? If they just figure out how to get it right and start going down that path, I think it's gonna be great. But that is obviously hopium, and I think a chance of that happening is low. But I don't think it's you know, invisible. I think it's there, hiding. I think there's a chance. Cracking down. My saw is definitely a little sloppy. Like, sometimes I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Let's see if someone shows up. So far it's looking like I'm getting a tier 2. You can just keep memory, I'll get this. I'll die, actually. He should have everything back up again. That's fine, just keep baiting them. I can get tier 2 maybe. No, they TP'd. Fuck me. Damn it, I thought they were just gonna go fire. They fucking TP'd. I mean, I think you could have gone fire giant, but I think it's too late now. Let's get Bloodforge next. Probably a Bloodforge into something like a Bracer? Yep. I see Poseidon somewhere in the front. Still all down. Just 1 HP. Huge. That's actually huge. Oh, almost huge. I gotta play it back a bit more. I'm just kind of dying here because we're taking some weird fights. Even if I'm dealing good damage, that don't really matter. Points though. What is this, Season 0? I can start fire if they don't have anything here. I have bomb. You can just go some Bacchus. Yeah, at least I don't think they can do it. Braze is one of the weakest items in the game. This item is very good on Cern and on Sol. It stacks up to 8 times. Which is definitely a little weird. But yeah. Yeah, they're probably gonna expect me to try and do it again. I still have bomb. I'm helping mid. That's Agni Beats, yeah. Agni Beats down, I'm going to fire. I have bomb, just stop hitting it at 1k. Please. I kind of bombed early, that's okay. If that got stolen, that would have been very embarrassing. I thought we were doing more damage. It looked like some people stopped hitting it, I'm not sure. My bad, I didn't get dagger in time. I got the Phoenix though, just get out if you can. That's alright. I honestly wasn't looking at dagger at all. I was fully looking at the Phoenix. I was like, I'm getting this shit. I definitely could have pressed dagger in time. That is on me, but I is that. I think that's the way to go. I don't feel like going Sunbeam. Not feeling the Sunbeam. But yeah, I do agree with you. Like with how many stacks it does give you, it is very awkward. But put it like this: like 10 power. Like you don't even need like full stacks for it to be worth it. You know, like stacking up to 80 is insane, bro. 80 extra auto power is fucking wild to me. It gives you such an absurd amount of power. Like it's weird that it even stacks all the way up to 8. But it would be even more broken if it was like less autos but more power type thing. Like 3 autos and like 25 power or something would be even more insane. Like compared to other items in the game, like let's say Brachy's Harp, which is what, like 10 plus something per your level, so it goes up to maybe like 25 or something at max. My whole point being is that even though it goes all the way up to 80 and you rarely ever get it stacked, I think hitting 3 autos for the 30 damage already there is worth it. The only reason why I think the item is underutilized is because like there just isn't really any help mid, boys. Agni's really low. Yeah, this back end will get fire, I think. Yep, same. I have Nagas and Bomb. I can't just solo fire if you want to zone it. If anyone's coming in. This should just be free. Yeah, don't overcommit before we group, guys. Okay, people did not stop at 1k, but whatever. I just got one shot. I had nothing. Once again, get out if you can, boys. Just get out. It's 2 daggers I've given away now. It's fucked up. Bro, what is he doing? I'm back up in 5. I should have dagger for damage. That's the best play I think I could have done. I'm going to gold. I'm never playing this again, by the way. This is so boring. Weaker early and stronger late with aspects. I mean, that's just very different. I wouldn't say one is necessarily weaker or stronger than the other one. I think this one is just the most broken one in general. It's purely because of her objective damage and Vital Lamp as well as the new lifesteal items. So just that's working old at least. They're behind us as well. Those two are just holding hands now. 110 devil stacks though. Love to see it. That's my Aegis. Fuck. That Magi's fuck kind of fucks me. Scylla was 1 HP, Wukong was 1 HP. So they're probably backed. They have an annoying comp for me to stick to, because like they literally all have escapes outside of Poseidon, and he is just tanky as It's not that tanky, but... But he is more tanky than everyone else on that team. He's tankier than their support, who is Aspect Acne too. But can you just group? For the love of fuck. I can't press anything, man. I have fucking Bloodforge. I'm not fucking pressing it. I play this so shit. I don't think they end, because they're not healthy enough. And they don't have a tank that can actually tank objectives. He probably could have just jumped Poseidon there. But Zillus on speed. That's still a beats. At least they got something. I'm fine. I think I should sell actually my... I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna sell my op shard. Op shard. Kali, come behind. Do we leave it and just defend? I dashed. Yeah, I'm getting fatals. Fuck this. Why this? Cannot stick to any of the targets. Yeah, they're all in left. I need to back, I got poked. Wukong's starting to hurt as well. It's rough. I just feel like we need to group before we actually initiate. Like, I'm just out of base when we're jumping in. That's so annoying. Definitely felt like we should have won this game. Fucking hell, bro. But I also felt super useless in team fights with this character into a non-frontline like team. They're full-on backliners, and the solo, well, in general, all the lifesteal builds are not fun into like full backliners because he's just a soul. I mean, once again though, we had one character or one player on our team that just felt completely fucking useless, and the enemy team didn't. That's it for me though. Thank you guys, really appreciate it. I will probably not be back tomorrow, but maybe the day after. We'll see though.